Hello, hello. Hi. Do I have good posture? Sorry, I don't know why this is the question I'm asking myself. I should be saying hello. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. Today, we're back with some more goddamn Ace Attorney. We are here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to beat this game, finish this game, complete this game. Fini, if you will. That's the idea, that's the plan. That's the agenda. Other words. Tess needs to come back for the hotties again. But hey, hello. Hope you guys having a fantastic day. Hello, Silver. Hello, Philip. Hello, Tortoise. Hello, Leah. I hope you guys having a great day. Hope you guys have a great time. If you don't remember what happened last time, the last thing I remember is us going. So basically, if you don't remember what the story is so far, I'll give you the brief recap to the best of my ability. My memory sucks and it's been a little bit. But basically, we have two sisters. We have a younger sister who's helping us for this case. Is our assistant, our sidekick. That's the word. And our older sister is the supposed murderer, aka the accused. Basically, a detective was killed in the parking lot of the prosecutor's office, which is where all the people who go against the attorneys live. They don't live there, but you get the point. And apparently this exact same detective was also killed at the police station, the police headquarters, whatever the heck you want to call it, at the exact same time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, we went into the locker room, which has a bunch of evidence for other cases. That's not important, probably. Which is where the, what is it called? Which is where the murder at the police station took place. And we scanned some fingerprints that were on the lockers. There's like some blood prints and shit, right? And one of those fingerprints happened to match someone that we already knew. Mr. Cowboy Man. I forgot his goddamn name. Mr. Cowboy Man. His fingerprints were on one of the lockers and that had the blood hand on it. And that's not good. That means she's related in some way. We're about to hop on into the case. There are two parts to every case in this chapter episode thing. We have the former and the latter. We're gonna have one more investigation, one more case. We should be able to get through all of that. Marshall, yes, that's his name. Marshall. All right, I'm done stalling. Let's continue. Let's hop over. Day 3, trial former, episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Let's finish today. I had to hit 2 buttons. I thought I only had to hit 1. All right. Also, Terrace, hello, unknown. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to the stream. Thank you guys. You guys know why I'm here. I hope you're here to see one thing and one thing only, because you're. No, I'm kidding. I have to remember everyone's voices. Oh shit. All right. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. I need a sip of life juice for this. I never finished watching the last stream, SMH. Well, that's pretty much what you missed. You missed us finding fingerprints of Mr. Cowboy Marshall Man, and now he's linked to this case in some way. All right. God, what was your dumb voice? What do you sound like? So that's what we're doing. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Oh, sorry, this is this lady. My bad. Oh God, I'm rusty. I haven't read I haven't done voices in a while. All right. What did I give her? And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana? Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you for too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. She looks like someone who'd be used to an all-nighter, Loki. Every 2 weeks, you forgot. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks. It has been 2 weeks. It has been 2 weeks. We did Splatfest last week and Uno the week before. Okay, it's been a while. It's been a little bit. All right. I briefly looked at the last stream before this. I didn't listen to myself though, because I don't want to do that. All right. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? It's been a fortnight. Shut up. I don't want to hear you. I can't hear you, and I don't want to hear you. We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Oh god, my headphone feels weird in my ear. I need to put new ear tips on this. I was getting a drink and I dashed back to my keyboard to type that. The commitment. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. Hey, you know the name. Nice. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to in order to defend my sister, you're gonna accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Guy? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. It's time. All right, hold on real quick. Just in case. I don't want to... I need to check something. Okay, we're good. Had to make sure I was ready. All right. February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Almost messed that up. All right. I forgot how good this case is. I don't know. This case has been kind of a sleeper for me, but maybe it picks up right now. I'm excited. I want this case to be really good. All right. Hello, Edgeworth. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. I never forget this guy's goddamn voice. It's so fun to do. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. What? We haven't even done opening statements or anything? What are you talking about, bro? There's no game audio, FYI. Oh! Stream Deck, why you gotta do this to me? Pain. Did I not set it up right? What? I set this to unmute when I start. Whatever. Didn't realize, but whatever. No harm, no foul. Right? Copium. Hello, Epi, by the way. Thank you for coming to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Dude, I spent so long making all the audio nice and hot and sexy. I'm so sad. Anyway. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Happens to the best of us. That's so true. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. God, I can't English. Holy. Alright. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Fangirl. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? I mean, low-key, yeah. If you can wing shit, that's kind of cool. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. This is gonna be a long day. I forgot there was even sound, to be honest. I'm going crazy. I haven't gotten sleep. I mean, it's just like background music and like the sound of the typing. It's not that big of a deal. It's not crazy. Ugh. All right. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You don't mean the so-called murderer? Ooh, boy. Also, Silver, you should probably sleep. Hold the Honda, hey the what? I forgot this guy. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir! Wait, huh? It's been Silver, please sleep. Get off the stream and sleep. I beg. You can watch the VOD. Alright. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to... Sir, I want you to call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. What kind of... Okay. Anyway, can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Maybe. Witness testimony. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard at the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. All right, so we're doing a lot of precedent today. Crime report, sir. Cross-examination. Let's do this shit. Okay, I'm sorry. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Let's do some pressing, baby. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring the new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime. Also, phone, let's just make sure. I don't want my phone going off. All right. Which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I'm telling you, this I remember from last stream. Okay, for some reason, there's a handprint on this thing, and it's going to come in handy at some point. All right, last stream I actually tried to use the fluid that lets us. We tried to use the fingerprinting set on it, and it didn't work. God, we have so much evidence. So what I'm hoping is, at some point, this is gonna come into play. Okay, maybe I got future vision. I don't know. All right. Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Yeah, look at him. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process, sir. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After After the awarded ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the blue badger to the evidence room. I have future vision. I don't make the rules. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us. Tell us. What did you see when you got there? Why does it look like he's trying to take a shit? What is he? Dude, he looks like he's trying to take a shit. I'm sorry. Sir, it's not coming out, sir. Anyway. I saw a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. All right. In order to enter the evidence room, bro's a bit nervous. True. You need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Would you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 498956596, sir. I wish it was 69. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. The number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the blue badge to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Did it add to the ID card record? All right. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood... Oh, God, what the heck happened? When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. He was like... I can't, dude. This man being any kind of violent is hysterical to me. He looks like such a freaking, like, dork. I love it. I fought for my life, then I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I don't know. I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. Holy shit. Oh my God, this man's a G. He said, give me that shit. Give me that shit. Started swinging. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. Okay. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. That was a little by accident, I'm not gonna stream. Making this remind me of a meme that... But it's kind of messed up that I remember. I mean, I can see why it reminds you of a meme. He just looks like that kind of guy. I don't know. It's really funny because like his art, the way he's drawn does not match any other character in the game. It's really interesting, but it's also really funny. Makes him look really interesting. Now that I've actually finished the trilogy, I can understand what's going on. Hey. I mean, it's like this is the first game, so if you've played at least a little bit of if you've played a good chunk of the trilogy, you should probably already know what happens. But hey, I'm enjoying it for the first time. After that, I passed out until another officer slapped me awake. All right. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke him up, the witness, I can't talk. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe that now we have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. What? Chief Cameron delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told that it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. Also, look, golly, what a shame. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. No one told you to kill him, but you know, probably because you didn't kill him in all reality. But looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. That's a little Dylan, look at a shame. A video of a real murder. It's just, what are we getting ourselves into? Does bro's head look like that? Cause he just... What is this? Yeah! He has the handprint. Bro, this is like a FNAF tape, bro. I don't like this. I don't like this, bro. This shit is... Oh. Nah, I don't like this. Oh, I dropped my glove. We have a glove. He's just like, creep, creep. The FNAF movie looking real nice. Dude, this shit is so creepy. I don't like this at all. No! Stop! The camera's like, I ain't trying to watch that shit. Poor Rob, this. The camera's doing like a fan. Well, yeah, because cameras do that. Cameras pan so they can see the whole room, right? Let's do a sweep. All right, because like this is at the time there aren't wide angle cameras that can cover a whole room in one spot, right? They have to like sweep so they see everything. Anyway, hello, Zai. Welcome to stream. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? This is set around 2001? Well, no. This is set like in the 2010s. This game. It came out in 2001. Well, this episode didn't, but the game can what is it called? It's the motion it moves where it's like because again, the point is that the camera sees the whole room, right? Because like, there's no way to know where a murder is gonna happen or where anything's gonna happen. It can happen at any point in the room, so it's good to have like a thorough sweep of everything. Obviously, nowadays we have cameras that are like super, like we have like fisheye cameras that can cover a whole room in the corner, right? So we don't need that anymore. But back then, cameras weren't that good. Anyway, says set. Yeah, no, these games are set like around 10 years or so after they came out. So like the newer games are set in like the 2030s, late 2020s. Anyway, that's beside the point. All right. What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Can we watch it again? Hold on. Can I watch that again? It doesn't have sound this time, but it's just like the way it pans. It's like... It's so creepy. Bro, if FNAF was shot like this... Actually, probably this it's probably some... It's probably analog horror shot like this. Anyway, this is beside the point. That's just funny. Alright. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. Five Nights at Freddy? Hello, Carol. Welcome to stream. It does not look like a badger. Shut up. Let him dream. In the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. That's a little Scully. Welcome to stream. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. The movement and if the badger was placed with anything, dude, the badger was actually scary. Yeah. I mean, it is kind of uncanny, I'll say. Anyway, mystery man witness testimony. His face can't clearly be seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do so. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. All right. I'm trying to think. This can't clearly be seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman. Let's look through our evidence first. Let me not hit the X button ever. So this is 582189. We go to this log. 584218 is Bruce Goodman. Okay, right before Meekins. What's this? Why didn't he finish writing? Scene of the stabbing. Oh, this is where the blood was, yeah. Tag events from the SL9 incident, extremely thin rubber glove. This doesn't have anything special about it, right? Texas SL9 11 is a piece of evidence in that case. Whatever, I don't care. I'm trying to think about what evidence we have. All right, indicator lamp plate's open. It's open. Jar pieced together. A piece is missing. Can we see the light turn on in the video? Can we like speed this up, please? I wish I was able to like speed up the video. Wait, the light's already on. Wait, I saw that. Wait. The light's already on. Yeah, the light's already on. The light's in the same spot. Okay, that's important to know. That's very important to know. They're both in. Okay, so this is found in the crime. So this is the murder weapon. So it's most likely that that's not Goodman. It's also that this is probably a person impersonating him, stole his ID card. Okay. Let's press this. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I tried all kinds of methods in the past. He only responded to the registered fingerprints, sir. I know what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to his registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. Okay, open is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. I'll press this as well. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Bro, imagine this guy trying to slide. Hey, what's good, baby girl? You wanna like get a coffee sometime? Bro, but I call his mates from the hood for keeping him informed. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must have been him. No one else could have unlocked it. I'm pressing this as well. However, the most important detail is not shown in the video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. Romantic trouble. Did you try online dating? Maybe, honestly. Who knows? What's good, What's good, baby G? If my head doesn't tell you already, my personality is 3D. I'd say it's more geometrical, because this man's built like a pentagon. I'm sorry. Or a hexagon, rather. He got one side, two side, three side, four side, five side, six side. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Obviously, there's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He wouldn't want me to point it out. Obviously. How are we supposed to know? Spend his free time looking on Omegle. Bro, don't do Meekins like that, man. He hasn't done anything wrong, all right? Except kill someone. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. Sorry, I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. It's at the very start, so we got this. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Meekins would definitely be a Discord kid. He wouldn't have them. He'd be one. Yeah, He'd be like a Discord dog. Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this, Officer Meekins. Sir? Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Why is this theme playing? When you grab the handle, hi Gumshoe, a sensor reads your fingerprint and reach your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yes, Discord dog, I said it. We have to watch the whole thing again, bro. This shit gives you the creeps. Jesus Christ. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Bro! You moonwalking. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The lock was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Hey, look, it's the guy in the thumbnail. Bro, what did he do? He was like, oh God. Order, order. What's the meaning of this? It's lit. It is lit. It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. They must have broken down. Bro, this is mating call to the court. True. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, the glove! There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Not again. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Thank God I don't have to hear the theme again. This theme is gonna give me nightmares, bro. God, these cameras are so goddamn spooky. I'm actually like getting like mildly uncomfortable. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my cart. We can't be sure that the item wasn't completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? You're gonna see the blue badgers in your nightmares tonight. Vegans part tumbleweed. Apparently, I don't know, man. He looks like a tumbleweed. He ain't built like one, but he looks like one. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. I mean, I can't see that, but... Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of the 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. Bro. But the object will have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, but it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something like that. Something that fits the description. But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. This guy said for real. For real said, choke me like you hate me. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Obviously. It was my boy, the rubber glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests. I can't type. Holy, I can't read. I can't write. I can't read. I can't talk. Holy shit. All right. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. Free my boy the glove. True. Glove the homie. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so. Bro, dude, what is my man doing? Order, order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense is merely demonstrating that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony. Witness testimony, mystery man number 2. Part 2, I guess. There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. That's a look of a shame. An ID card, I see. I have an ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for sorting certain special cases. That seems like a plot device. Or a cop-out, something like that. Special cases. Extremely violent cases including extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Alright. Examination, mystery man number 2, or part 2, I guess. Now there's something I instantly have a question about. This is 5842189. We corroborate this with the record here. Make sure to A button. 5842189. The ID card was found at the crime scene. It was found at the original crime scene at the prosecutor's office, though it was used at the police department that same day. That's my question. Why would this be in a completely different place? Hey, remember Mia? Oh, how I miss her. I love that girl boss. She'll be back eventually, don't worry. She's still with us in heart. All right. Goodman's notes. And there's this. Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. He didn't finish writing his lost item report. Weird. All right. The only thing that proves, let's see, to enter the room, one receives our ID card. At the end of the time, the detective uses ID card. All right, we're gonna press all this because it's not that much. All right, let's do it. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. You killed someone. Can he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Alright. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget. Me when I commit a crime and use the V for victory. Me when I commit a crime and I do the W. W kill, W kill. He's the definition of a two-head. So true. He's definitely a two-head. I'm like a three-head, I'd say. I'm not a four-head. I do not have a four-head, but I'm definitely three-head if I didn't have glasses. I am like definitely a three-head. Definitely a three-head. I wish I was five-head. Alright. Alright. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should leave this. I should just leave this one alone. Couple say someone to say get good to a dead person. No. He definitely wouldn't do that. He's too sweet. Megan's built like a Duplo minifigure. I'd put him on my shelf. 100%. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Alright. When an ID card is used, there's a record for it. Okay. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Miss Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that the man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. This spirit animal is a U-Deuce. Shut up. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. His eyebrows look like tape. Bro, y'all gotta stop bullying this man. Leave him alone. At the time of the crime, the detective uses his ID card. Alright. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. But maybe he just panicked? What? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. All right, we already know what this is. So you're doing the scoliosis speedrun. Why is he curved like that? Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. Dude, this kid is stupid. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on that day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Yeah, why, bro? Look at bro. Bro's like on the stand. What the hell? Bro, that is a hexagon, pretty much, yeah. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. And the mugshot of Detective Goodman reminds me of the Tyler Creator mugshot. Kinda, yeah. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. But bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. I'm still missing. What a shame. Thanks for popping by. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What is he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gotten to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? What evidence do we have is my question. I guess you could examine the blood? I don't know. Marshall's fingerprints. What was he doing there? It's just, it's not really objecting anything. It's just another point that muddles the case, but I guess it doesn't matter technically. I wish you told me which crime scene. Huh. I better pace myself. If I rush ahead, I might run into another trap. But Mr. Wright, if you don't do anything... It seems the defense is out of ammunition. the surrender flag has been raised. Your Honor, may we have your ruling now? Don't give up, Mr. Wright. Get up and fight. Fine, I guess we have to object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? The cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Where'd Duddy go? However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm so sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident in the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Look at Meekins go channeling his inner tumbleweed. Someone who we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to have testify, what is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, it works at the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is supinated. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. The court is now in recess. All right. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. There's no stopping you, and you is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Anna, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Gumshoe. I love Gumshoe. Did I miss it? No, you're fine. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later, see? Wait, Detective Gumshoe? What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while I'm on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. God, I love Gumshoe's theme. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh, oh ho, ho 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 ho, oh ho 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 ho. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you bringing me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness of the SL9 incident. SL9 incident files. Files for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with that serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana! That's over with. No!
Okay, she's fainted. Cool. Auto she ran. Same thing. Auto Gumshoe's eyes just... He's just doing the gumshoe thing, all right? Leave him alone. Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. See? Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence.
Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file. To be continued. All right. God, this case is long. All right, we don't have time to take an intermission. We just go straight into it. We booking it. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. I didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of the guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. I don't think it's very long. I know. That's why I hopefully will be able to get through this in the 4.5, 5 hours that I have. Hopefully. Because we're like, this is about the halfway point of the case. All right. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, God. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trials of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime, on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. I agree. I want to finish the stream sooner rather than later. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Oh my God, Terzi, Jesus Christ. Day of the crime witness testimony. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said it was supposed to make round. I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at this time when it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Cross-examination, day of the crime. All right, I'm gonna press this specifically. What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongosipia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not at all. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgewood says... Did you not want to raise this year? I hope he's taken. You're so mean. Alright, I'll press everything else, whatever. I just want to... Okay. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, the tape started to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy's a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
And you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police force.
So Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Alright, besides the room, switch to right 2. Okay.
You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
What? That's quite, incredible. I need a sip of life juice. I need more water.
Alright. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
Alright, we already did this one. We'll hit this one. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall.
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time.
Stay hydrated, so true. Exclamation point hydrate, boys. Exclamation point life juice, right bad.
My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Alright, so what can I present? Alright, ID card. Parking stub, it's pretty useless. Come inside autopsy report. Parking lot with Edgeworth's car. I guess all I can do is show this, right? All right, let's look at this real quick. Incident number SL9, perpetrator Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence to death. Those are the victims. Trial day, head prosecutor Myers Letchworth, witness Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Victim investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. And investigators, Bruce Goodman. Jack Marshall Star. Interesting. I guess all we can do is show the fingerprints, right? Oh, not this. Not press. It's not. Shh. I don't care. I was lying. I don't want to hear about it. We know this is Marshall's, right? Yeah. All right, let's do this. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the crime scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Humph. This is real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. Why even try at that point? It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints are covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained about the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Witness testimony, blood-stained fingerprints. All right, let's do it. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's our chance to prove it. All right, we gotta press everything. Cross-examination, bloodstained fingerprints. Let's do this shit. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. All right. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. Oh God. I always get tired on these streams. I don't know why. I'm well rested. God damn it. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. All right, update the court record. Well rested, but not well rested enough. No, like every single Ace Attorney show, I always get like a hit of drowse. Like I always get like drowsy, even though I'm engaged. It's just the fact that I'm not stimulating. I'm not being stimulated that much. You know what I mean? Like Splatoon, I'm always like focused, but in this game, it's very much like sit back and think, which gets exhausting after a while. All right, let's go. I'd rather stay in the stream until my phone dies. Do whatever you want to go. All right. So then, what about this bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Remember, I touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Here's the thing. So like, hold on. I'm just gonna quickly. Gonna pause real quick, right? Marshall looks kind of cool. He's always looked kind of cool, right? If you look at the handprint, right? These 3 fingers were covered in blood with aluminal fluid, right? These 2 fingers weren't. But if you trace where the hand is roughly, the fingerprint was where it would be if that was the complete handprint, right? So there's something off about that. I just don't know exactly how to prove that, but maybe we'll figure that in a second. All right. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could just argue the opposite. The chance of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Alright. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do a breakfast while the other's a type of murderer. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have any. I don't see what homonyms have anything to do with this. All right. How do you know that? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints are detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. If I was ever a witness in court, I'd fall asleep. Maybe a member of the jury / stands or whatever the heck, the audience, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you probably fall asleep. Otherwise, if you were like in the action, you know, if you were down in the court, I'd argue otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Well, let's look at the video before we look at the video, you know what I'm saying? Wait. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Watch carefully at the last locker. There's no cloth. Keep watching. They squabble, you know, they scrap. Scrap! Keep watching. No cloth. Keep watching. He got dunked. There's a cloth. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright. We gotta go to the end this time. This fast forward is slow as shit. Got minced. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. He had to take his hand off. So he put his, oh shit. Okay, so he put his hand, right, on the thing, right? And then he's like, wait, I need my fingerprint. I need my fingerprint. So he takes off the glove, puts his hand back in the same spot because he's an idiot, right? I don't know. He's weird. He's stupid. And he opens the door. Oh shit. Okay. I was a little unreal, a little unmistakable. Welcome to stream. I guess doing well. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Dude, I love this. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. This is gonna take like 6 years. Mommy! If there was audio, you'd hear that probably. All right, pan back. No cloth. Oh, the witness, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, what is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Dude, he looks like such a G in that angle. Order, order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so you opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault you happened to choose mine. We just went over that you need the fingerprint. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Does he know? This game never ceases to disappoint. I don't know. It like ages like fine wine. It's amazing. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. My brother in Christ. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The locker can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. Well, what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. I love this game so much. Definitely one of my favorite games of all time. It's a banger. I love it. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. Bullshit. No! Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the scene of the crime. Sorry, at the time of the crime. Ole! Ole, please answer the question. What is he now? A bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. I actually have no clue. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Am I hope you know. I feel like a super duper idiot. I have no idea. So this is all visible by camera, right? So the camera does a sweep. It can see all the way over here, all the way down here. So like in this corner, right? No. This corner? Here? I have no clue. I'm actually so confused. He's out of bounds, bro. He's glitching. I actually have no idea. I'm like really, I feel like I'm really stupid. Shit. Okay. Where could he be? Bro, zip casting around the room? True. Def hacking. But you want to figure it out? Ideally, I want to figure it out on my own. I want to like hit an epiphany or some shit. So they couldn't see him. So these guys are, so the what is it called? What is it called? Mr. Goofy Officer Man walked down this way and up. I have no idea. I genuinely have no clue. Oh my God. I don't want to spend too much time thinking. Where could he be? I'm thinking in this corner, right? Because this is off camera. And like, he wouldn't look over here, right? No balls, right? Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there? That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Can I look at court record? Okay, thank you. Okay. I wanna watch this again. I feel like this is really obvious and I'm just really stupid. I'm trying to see if that anything in that corner between the two lockers move. No movement. So like maybe here? Is it like this corner? But like how does he slip by? Maybe I'm thinking like maybe that corner. It has because like where do you hide here? It's an open room. I guess I'm just gonna guess the corners. That's the plan. All right, let's try this again. Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Megan should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Here, right? Because he like immediately turns the corner and sees this guy. It's like he has to be here. Or he's like in this, he's tucked in this corner. He can't be here because he has to be able to, because this is on camera, we'd see it, right? We'd see some change in this corner at some point. This is also on camera. I'm trying to think of the areas that aren't on camera because the only thing that moves in the scene aside from the actual people is the spot on the locker. So I'm thinking it's this corner. Officer Marshall standing right here. Officer Beacons didn't notice him standing there. Okay. Shit. I don't want to fail, man. Where else could he possibly be? It's an open room. Like, where does he... Dude, I don't want to look up answers, but I also don't want to redo this. Maybe hidden in a corner? There's only so many corners he can hide. I think I know which corner I want to try next. I'm thinking here. Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as... Can you please piss off, bro? I don't want to look it up, man. Where is he going to hide? It's an open room. I'm trying one more and I'm looking it up because I don't want to redo this section. I want to get through this as fast as possible. Ideally. I'm thinking crazy. So is it because like the only possible... He's hiding in a locker, bro. All right, sure. Why not? He's in the locker. He's in a locker, bro. 100%. Yeah. All right. I'm looking this up. I don't want to, but I don't want to fail. If I could spell, that'd be great. Bro. Oh. Okay. I got it. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There. But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe that the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. Why didn't I think of that? That was really obvious. I'm really stupid. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the scene of the crime. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Ugh. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Explain why he would dress up as him. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? Oh, sorry, I almost said the wrong voice. What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it is. Oh, God, I can't talk. Yet he did, despite the chance it might being discovered later as it has been seen. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. What could it be? The only cloth that we know of in this case is the muffler. I think. Could it be the glove? Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. You can just save a reload just so you don't lose? Yeah. That seems cheap. Also, maybe don't pause. Where's the rewind button? There you go. I want to start from the start. Pause. I have to make sure I don't present. I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at here. Okay. As the glove. I'm gonna head on and go play Ace Attorney myself. See ya. Thanks for rubbing in, Emriola. Hope to see you another time. What cloth could he possibly have on him? Thank you, stupid ass freaking badger, for blocking the entire view. I love how his face is perfectly blocked the entire time, dude. That's incredible. I actually can't believe that that's possible. I'm back. Welcome back, Leah. Man, I have no goddamn clue. Cartoon ass logic, true. Like, look at the sign. His head, the sign. You're still watching this creepy video because I'm trying to like not lose. Unknown reason. I'm really considering it. It's the fact that it's the glove. He wanted to stash the glove, but we found the glove. Bro, I've never been so lost. Chris fingerprints. Evidence from a past case. What if he was wiping the blood? Wait. What if he's wiping the blood? So... Well, what do you have to say to that? All right, partner. You really want to know the reason I had to open my locker? Why? So I could stuff you in there. Huh? I'm sure the world will be a better place with you sent off to the boneyard. Unfortunately, unsolved cases cannot be stored in the evidence room. Now I'm an unsolved case? That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. The defense has failed to give the court sufficient reason to doubt the prosecution's claim. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, guilty. Yeah, we get it. Alright. I thought for sure it was the blood. He had to wipe the blood and then stash the rag in his locker. Bro. Alright, let's run it back. No zoom. Oh, what is it called? We'll zoom through this. Can you shut up? Trying to get through this place. I want to get back to where we were. Is it because you spent your time presenting corners? Dude, how... My brain was not thinking about that, man. I'm sorry. Alright, how do we progress this part? I think we just showed the fingerprint, right? You shut up. I want to get back to where I was, please. Yeah, the con, cross-examination. Alright, yeah. They present this. Objection! Your mom's ugly. Like super duper ugly. Like hilariously ugly. In fact, foul. I'm sorry. I don't mean that, Marshall. I apologize. You got some nice heels on though. Some nice ass heels. Bloodstained fingerprints. I think what you have to do is press for all these. Present the video, I'm not sure. I'll press everything. Or I can just press the last part probably. I don't know. Yeah, I heard you. Oh no, I pressed the last part. There you go. Was the blood still there? Oh no, it wasn't because you got it with luminal fluid. Alright. Now we press this. That's the only thing about this stream. Yeah, objection, your mom. I don't know. So evidence. We're almost there, please. We fast forward to the end. Hurry up. Objection, the witness is talking shit. True. All right, one more pan. And Caught in 4K, Your Honor. Yep. That's right. God, I have to wait through this entire bit. Are you serious? Oh, with the light cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. All right. Now let's rewind the video a bit. By rewind, you mean by we're gonna hand crank the video backwards because we're so slow. Hurry up, man. There. God, that took so long. Or I hate to be a speedrunner of Ace Attorney. I don't think people actually speedrun this game. Did I open that locker and I'll prove it? What was it, this one? Oh, yeah. What's this? A fingerprint sensor. The hell? I still have a flip phone. Hurry up, Sheriff. What do you gotta say? I should say, you're welcome. Oh God, that vibrated. Objection! The witness fucked around and found out. That's great. All right. Officer Marshall at the scene of the crime. He was right there. It's crazy. That's preposterous, Your Honor. He looks constipated in this frame, Your Honor. Yeah, you can see it. It was in his wallet and he dropped it. What an idiot. Dumbass. Alright, I think we're back to where we're at. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. And to try and prove that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. It means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. Alright. He opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps. Alright, let's do this. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to do so. I still have no goddamn clue. Wait, what if it has something to do with the badger? I'm specifically looking for a change for when he walks by. I wish Phoenix would say your mom is preposterous to Edgeworth. That'd be so cool. Shut up. Alright, we'll start playing from here. Wicked. Oh, this thing is gonna lose my mind at some point. Why would he need a cloth? I swear the blood is what makes me think he'd need a cloth. But I feel like something's changed with the locker. Like, am I crazy? This thing doesn't have blood. I mean, he got destroyed. Does he have the question is, does he have blood after? Right? Why would he need a white cloth? And why would he store it? My only thing is, like, was it not to, like, clean the blood on his locker? Like, when is he gonna find the time to do that later, right? What a thonker. Let me see. Wait. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what to what end yet. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. The cloth is his coat. Ah. Yeah, I'm stupid. I should have gotten that. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession, witness's testimony. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Oh, we're still cross-examining this. Okay. Alright, we're pressing everything, I guess. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I... stole his shit. Why did you say yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did default the security camera. And the detective's ID card? Sorry, and the detective's ID card. That's still that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Interesting. So Bruce Goodman only answered one time that day. What is number 77777 for? That might have been some kind of alt key card, maybe like a guest card or some shit, or like a temp card, whatever. I don't know. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Why did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... Okay. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence? So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Really? Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted I gotta stop. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he had deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason is. I had a feeling we would appear sooner or later. Everyone here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Let's see. Perpetrator Joe Dark, sentenced death. Neil Marshall. Jake Marshall. I can't check the profile. God damn it. His name is not Jake, or there's two Marshalls in there. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Oh, let me check his name real quick. Oh, poor guy. Just kidding, he deserved it. Jake Marshall. So he has a sibling of some sort. All right. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Well, no shit. That was just no shit question. What's his relation? Like the last name didn't give it away, dumbass. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was a part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ugh. I rest my case. It seems that this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape was really fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, it's time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Hold it.
Your Honor, wait!
Emma.
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. If you want a minute, I'll give you 3. Damn. Guy was feeling generous today.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky's sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Brilliant. Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I ever need to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I feel like I'm forced to object, right? There's no reason I wouldn't. Whose blood is on that? I feel like I'm forced to object, right? Let's do it. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes. Then that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. I'm definitely doing that. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? The unstable jar. Piece is missing. Tag with evidence. Oh, look, it's what I'm already looking at. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. In the past, case of Edgeworth brought back to his office against request. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger's not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Ah! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it will be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Bludgeons were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badge to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor,
but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Can it be seen at all? No, right? Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, this does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand that you show evidence that proves when it was occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize the defense's claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? No! Okay, thank God. I was spamming A by accident. Obviously, it's the only thing with time on it. Obviously, if the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card court record. ID card record, you get the point. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear for the numinal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. It would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at that chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 77777777. Bro entered at 420. Impressive. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number... Oh, okay, that's interesting. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We do not have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge is filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how prosecutor offices operate. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question. Yes? Not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. No! The crowd going stupid. Order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. Conclusion would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. Holy schnickerdoodle. Oh god, what did I miss? A lot of shit. Okay, so first, well, I guess we can do a quick recap. So to begin the investigation period. All right. Day 3 investigation. All right. So basically, if you guys haven't really understood what's happening so far, what's we call it? We have now discovered that that the murder, at least the murder that we were originally talking about, the murder that was caught on camera, was not actually a murder. It was Jake Marshall trying to get into the evidence room to retrieve evidence for the SL9 case, which happened 2 years ago and would be closing that very day. What we also discovered is that there was a second murder, or a second squabble, a second incident, a second crime earlier that day at around 4:10. 4:10? 4 o'clock? 4:20. Something like that. 4:20. Around 4:20, the murderer and the actual detective walked into the evidence room, and some kind of squabble happened. Presumably he was killed and his body was carried off. We're about to investigate who the identity of the murderer is, as we have their ID card number, and we also know that Lana Skye forged, quote unquote, forged evidence, aka chose to withhold evidence for the sake of incriminating Mr. Dark, which was sentenced to death. It is possible that Mr. Dark did not commit the murder on Jake Marshall's brother, and Jake Marshall wants the real truth. All right, let's do this.
kind of obvious who it is already. I mean, for you, yeah, because you know what happens. You can connect the dots in your head when you know the answer. But right now, I'm still pretty in the I don't know. You know what I mean? Though it probably is Jake Marshall in all likelihood, maybe. Or maybe I don't know. I seriously don't know who it could be. Maybe it's Joe Dark. He's alive. Anyway, I don't need the spoilers. I want to figure out the story on my own. Yeah, I can figure it out earlier. Who knows? All right, February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Writing Code Law Offices. Let's do this.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I don't mind if it's Marshall. He's still kind of... Shut up.
I didn't know. I didn't know that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
I don't want Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file.
Joe Dark's last victim was
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
Well, what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark's trial.
I didn't see that one coming. I mean, I did. I just assumed if she's in the file, that's probably what she was doing. We're not gonna examine the room. I'm gonna avoid examining today because I want to get this quicker. All right.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark. Joe. Hey, yo, it's Joe. Hey, what you doing with that knife, bro?
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though you may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she had did. Especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
Oh, sorry. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because detective offices in the questioning room are right across in the elevator.
Across in the elevator? Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Alright, I guess we know where we're going, boys. February 24th, Tension Center, visitor's room.
Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
How you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? But has an amazing Siri voice. I know. She just seems like she seems like to have like almost like a robotic cold voice. You know what I mean?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
All right. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. The trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It can be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness said, what Miss Starr said. How about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing.
Wow, this picture goes hard as shit. Oh my god.
They still talk about all the cases of she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked with the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolized their big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case is crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, a second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guard down, then he fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her.
Can't blame her after all. Her sister must have gone through. Ugh, that was not how I was supposed to read that sentence. Kind of thick though. Never speak again.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence,
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
That case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his action came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. What the? How did I read it like that?
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, let's freaking book it, I guess. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking to what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
Well, we proved in court today on the day of that crime. No one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead it looked like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Wait, am I in the right place? What am I doing here? I'm so stupid. I got the prosecutor and the police department mixed up. My bad. Right, because Gant is top dog in the PD. Yeah. So the police department. All right. February 24th, police department entrance. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que seria. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had ran out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind?
I got the looks, but he got the brains.
Yeah, no shit. Except this guy, he looks kind of nice. He looks kind of nice. But yeah, no, you dumb as shit, bro. We love Marshall, it's okay.
He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time.
Wait, so who's the older one? I want to see. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's 5 years younger. Go him, man.
He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
king of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that was in the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have already gone by. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Victor Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scene in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious.
So they cut his salary.
No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gann and Lana Skye.
What?
The investigation lead, Damon Gann, and his second in command, Lana Skye.
God, this picture still goes so hard.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of the duo. That case is the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor. Oh, sorry.
After the case ended, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, and Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she's left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
And that he mentions it. Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found in that courtroom today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
I buy it. That's cool.
That's cool. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my god.
Adios, Bambina.
I'll miss you, Marshall. 07. Let's head in, boys. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for everyone, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying that she did, saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. And not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. All right. Holy shit. This man has like a full-ass piano. My God. He's hitting them keys, bro. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Oh, you can see the picture in the corner.
Whoa. Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly? At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Batch. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. What? I never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two. I don't remember what I gave him, so I'm just gonna give him a new voice, whatever. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, righto, how you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? That she's looking dapper? Yeah. Oh, you must have seen about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. I gotta think of a better voice for him. See that picture? See that picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together. I'm trying to think of a good voice.
Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. That vase. The vase. The vase. The unstable jar. Pieces are missing, and this one isn't red. This one has got the red specks on it.
What if it's blood? What if Damon smashed his head with a jar? That's why it's broken. I don't know, some shit like that. We'll see. Can't always seem to put my finger on it though. Gant's team picture added to the court record. I'd hope so, man. Do the girl voice you did for Gant before we could actually see them? Shut up. I'm not doing that. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case is long over. That case is as long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief can't deny a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Poor guy. Like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you and court. You two in court. God, I can't read. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Rush was at the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
God, I love this guy's theme. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. That's just slap. I'm sorry. Anyway. His theme is so good. All right. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. See? Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutors kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
I mean, he's a cool dude. In our world, only those with the talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. See? Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir.
Seems like you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. See? Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a frick, I can't talk. I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Obviously he is. They're boys. They're brothers. They're bromies.
Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl?
Some girl. Damn, bro.
Me.
Since Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in there, okay?
His power of recollection never fails to impress me.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
We'll keep going with the other stuff, though.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of his crimes. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman, see?
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? You know, he was just like, I wasn't really feeling the businessman kind of career path, so I was like, I gotta change it up, bro. I gotta pursue my real passion, killing people.
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
And what was he like? He's like, damn, that shit feel good. I'm gonna kill more people.
With his car? So it wasn't an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Jar came upon the scene as well, and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. See?
Seems like he was a pretty careless animal.
True. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall.
It sounds like he had some mental problem. I'm gonna keep it a fat stack. Sounds like he had a mental problem.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Darker was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed.
Dude, I swear, dude, this man's timing is so bad. That last witness, aka Emma. All right, let's show him the weapon. Oops, my car slipped. Hey, that was pretty funny, actually. I'm gonna do this for the vine. Bro, this man's a psychopath. He ran someone over by accident and said, screw it. Just killed a bunch of people. Stabbing them all. Oh, I'm sorry, kiddo. Did you see that? Shing! I swear to God, bro. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. Bro said might as well. Pretty much, yeah.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Oh, we can do the talking now. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. See?
We traced it back to the store he bought it at. They just like walked to some random like Walmart employee, and he was like, "Hey, did you sell a knife to an old dude at some point? He probably was killing someone while he was checking out. Did you see that?" Like, yeah, I sold him that knife. Like, sweet, got it. I mean, we already knew it was his because it had his fingerprints on it, but it's nice to know. You know what I'm saying? I want to go on those knives. They look pretty sweet. You know what I'm saying?
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look at it to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound, see?
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report adds to the court record. Dude, we have so much evidence for this damn case. Especially when the knife was updated in the court record. All right.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind?
All right, something else we can show him apparently. Let's see. Maybe it's the picture. What about this?
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. You don't have a clue? Keep your trap shut.
All right, that was the wrong item. I'm assuming it's the picture. Oh, it's not the picture. Okay, my bad. This guy almost loses the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
Wow. Shots fired, I guess.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to that blue badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
That's the ID card court record, isn't it?
Why do I keep saying court record? Oh, this is it, yeah. Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
777. Sorry, hold on. 777777777.
That's 1-7 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Okay, so that wasn't it. That's not it.
About that jar. I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Somewhere.
Or maybe it's just one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This is the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
I doubt this is it, but... Detective, here's my attorney's badge.
You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Nuff said.
I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
Alright.
This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything with anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all. And what could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation.
Hey, that's it! That's the gang of prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations. Secret numbers in the card? Credit card? I mean, that's exactly what a credit card is, yeah.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten. I don't think any of this is really worth. Yeah, this is nothing. 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 I got the thing I need to see. That's what the star took. Anything you can tell us about it? She's like, nope. No. About this.
Hey, is that?
We already read this, right? Okay.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. At 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tail, new and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
Well, that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour.
Are you okay, detective?
Quick, run! Achoo! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Why am I not comforted?
Oh, a lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, detective. You know what it is right off the bat.
Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know.
Master, that has such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power.
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. No. Okay, I guess I just don't have the evidence we need, right? Yep. Mm-hmm. It's like I mentioned to me when I first started eating you saw cactus. Listen to all your troubles. Did it go she talks to a cactus? Oh. Alright. There's only 2 more things I can present, right? I already saw the tape.
I've been sitting up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged the evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Alright, so we just don't have the evidence we need. So what did he say? Evidence that we need to go in there, right? So I guess it's about time we head over to the underground parking lot. Move, and to here. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth's back yet.
There he is. He looks like he's writing something.
Whoa, what are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. What an asshole. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified?
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this?
You and Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, not this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can just walk out on the trial.
You can't. Ugh. God. I have way too many people in Europe in my chat. Y'all need to sleep for real, for real. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists are run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture, something seems strange about it.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the side of the station, right? Or over at the station, right? I don't want to say start.
I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in that morning, then drove over to the police department.
May or may not have not slept for 3 days straight one time. That sounds like a bad idea, and you should not be proud of it.
I'm just letting you know right now, that shit is cringe.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's what we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
Wait, what were we supposed to represent? The picture.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. First means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well.
This music does not fit.
Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus a Chinese word for contradiction was born. This is a fun little bit.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gent. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King Prosecutor Trophy updated in the court record. Alright, I think I know what to show. February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot.
Excuse me?
Of course it's you.
Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
What? I do not need... I just spilled my drink everywhere because of Angel. I know, I understand. Don't we all? Don't we all spill our drink over Angel? I'm kidding. Jesus Christ, here it goes.
Still, I never thought you'd go up digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was back then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was most unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence?
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother.
I'll say up till 3 probably. You guys can watch the VOD. Please sleep, guys. Come on.
If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever had recovered from this shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Only 7 p.m. Yeah, you have to keep in mind we're dealing with British time zones right now. Or European time zones. Lana showed into the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? By the way, the stream isn't gonna go for that much longer. We probably have like an hour and a half left. Hopefully, we can finish the game within that hour and a half. I don't want to have to I don't want to have to make a second stream called the ending for real this time, because that would just be embarrassing. But I think I can get through the game. All right, let's do it.
If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine.
I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh. This theme is never not a slapper, by the way. No, don't reset the theme, goddammit. There you go. Alright, I guess at this point... I guess we go, right? Where do we go next, the question? Alright, this makes sense, I guess. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, coffin files. I turned into a regular DJ, see?
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means a desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
God is theme slabs. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. I'd be my neck on the line. It'd be my neck on the line. So I can't talk. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I had to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something you can do to make the detective change his mind.
All right, so ideally you want to present something, right? Let's present this. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Ashworth got the other day. Were you at the reward ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. I thought you read this already. Wait, what? There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard.
No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Wait, let me read that one more time. See, this sign is based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was a dragon. What do I show him? What do I do? Well, I guess we're at the point where I have no clue where to go or what to do. Okay. I don't know what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? A letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. I love that. All right, let's go back to the police department. Specifically the criminal affairs department. And let's show him the letter. So you can, I don't know, do something. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, see? Oh, we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my key card. We can't do that. If someone found out,
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID card, tucked swiftly into pocket. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office.
Here it goes, Mr. Wright.
God, this theme makes me so uncomfortable.
We're in. If anyone finds us now.
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you two to bail me out.
Eek.
Ah! What the hell?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of you giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Why? Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Well, time to do some examinations, shall we? But let's do talking first. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that date 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? This is one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming in here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now let's take a look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go like that. You don't just let it go at that, see?
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Don't say that about Gumshoe, you asshole. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You sure don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Sorry, man. Don't take it personally. All right, we'll start on the left side.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since being a detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Why?
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. Oh, there you go. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey, that is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Aw, she said that she left it, huh? Alright, let's look at the desk. This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even a speck of dust on it. Look, looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made out of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Dude's a weirdo.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his reward trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Oh god, my cursor got stuck for a second.
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's only on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What? What's so bad about that? Music is the soul. I'm telling you, if I had to listen to this theme for at least an hour, I would lose my mind. This theme is so annoying. It's so like ominous and disgusting.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. All right, right side this time.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here.
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
what? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Don't do that. You know how many taxes to pay, that too.
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get it back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
I can take a guess.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Thinking of that when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look. Hey, look at the case's name.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Huh? The SO9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what.
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? I mean, no shit! Look at how much evidence we have for this case alone! I'm just saying, man. No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
Ass-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? Wait, they're different lists? Oh, I thought they were the same. I thought they just make copies or something, you know, hand them around like they're pamphlets or some shit. I don't know.
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Wow, look at that. I already heard this. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Let's enter the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We better take a look at. We better look a little more into this list. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I might just know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday?
Shut up. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Okay, we got it right. Nice. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
Shut up, bro. 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Hell yeah. Let's look at that shit.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shard for a broken cup.
fellas. It's right here. The finished piece of the unstable jar. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so. God, this guy needs to shut up today.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective.
Let's make sure we covered everything else. And look at the floor, apparently.
This looks like some kind of flower.
Word is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge.
Prosecutor's badge.
Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar.
What? They have badges too?
The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now that you mention it, it does look like all pointy and kind of painful.
But Mr. Edgeworth never wears the badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
Ah! Thank you, Vivio Ghost, for the sub. I do appreciate it.
So sharp dresses don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
Don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. True. If they let the Punisher slide, then I'm not going anywhere with this statement. Never mind. Okay, I don't think we missed anything. Let's just do it. Okay, first we have the vase. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put it back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece? Wasn't the jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here comes some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove that Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Is that blood? There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of evidence in the piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed the piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But,
Hey guys, get a load of this.
what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line.
That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
All right, now we need to prove that I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture. Huh. Okay, so what's the other piece they have? It's a leather. So we should do this. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints that we want to take.
Huh?
Come on. Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told it a million times. All right, let's get this over with. All right, we'll start with this one. All right, let's get it dusted. Ooh, that's really dirty. I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
Doesn't look like I'll get any clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Oh god, do I have to try every damn finger? This one looks the most defined. Let's kick all that powder. Ooh, now that's a good ass print. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, that's a tasty print. Give me that shit. It's not Gantz. It's hers. Comparison complete. Match found. It's Emma Skies. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark prints.
Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside of the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. I just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
It's called a full and add to the court record.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Eek! Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, and you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir!
Now get out.
Yes, sir!
Poor Gumshoe, man. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you're you. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Look, pal. If I ever told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I would have never said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning?
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentioning you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you've convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is a term he used, I believe.
Now's our chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
I'd imagine it's Gant, right? It's Gant or Emma. I'm gonna start with Emma. The person whom you fear is this.
To be honest, there's someone a bit scarier.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes, you seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary.
You
You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, with what all your fallacious accusations. Could have spent tonight in a cell next to mine.
If you ask me, you're the scary one. Okay. Well, Miss Guy?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, there are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
'Cause he's my sugar daddy. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect him to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
And the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside of the trunk of Mr. Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon while inspecting that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. The serial knife Joe Dark's knife. Sorry, the serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife?
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes, it seems that I got the blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in it. Just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why'd you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it.
Oh, sorry. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. I can't talk. And Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems like after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
Steal the evidence, rather.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems like he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Was a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial? There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued.
Holy shit. Oh my god. How long have I been streaming for? It's 8 o'clock. It's been 4 hours. Okay. God damn it, man. I really want to finish this today, but oh god. I think we need to do one more stream. So here's what we'll do. I'll be live again tomorrow. Fuck it, we ball. I'll be live again tomorrow. Probably the same time or sometime around then. Hopefully, maybe. And we're gonna finish this goddamn game. That's the plan. Promise, pinky swear. It's gonna have the same thumbnail and everything. We're just gonna pretend that these streams are together, linked, conjoined. I want to, but there's no way I can finish this in like an hour. This is probably gonna take another 2 hours. I think we're gonna call it here. I want to finish. I really do. But like, it went even longer than I expected. I set aside 4 hours. I was like, 4 hours? We can finish this shit. Nope. Nope. This shit is so long. Oh my god. All right. Here's the plan, boys. First, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Here's the plan, boys. First of all, I want to thank you all for watching today's stream. All 4 hours of this shaboom shebang. I'm going to chapter up the stream shortly after, or probably after the tomorrow stream. I'm going to be live again tomorrow. We're going to actually finish this game for real. I pinky swear. Pinky promise. If you guys do enjoy the content here, I do strongly recommend dropping a like down below, because that's what the like button's for, if you weren't aware. If you guys enjoy the content here and haven't done so already, you should hit the sub button. We're going to finish up Ace Attorney tomorrow. We got the final case, the final trial. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. I hope you guys have a great night, great morning, evening, afternoon, whatever the heck. You know what I'm saying, okay? I will catch you guys mañana to wrap up Ace Attorney. I'll probably schedule the stream in like just a second. Oh, I need to figure out what time I stream it though. I'll never see you tomorrow. Thank you. I will see you all tomorrow to actually finish Ace Attorney, bro. This game is okay. I'm not gonna lie. The case it's getting a little good. It's got pretty good now. I'm excited. I want to see how this ends. I think we know by now that Damon Gant is at least a person that is very guilty. Okay, let's put it that way. So let's prove once and for all who killed Jake Marshall's brother. Let's prove that Damon Gant was the killer in this case. Let's prove that Miles is chill. He's cool. And let's get freaking Gumshoe's job back, okay? I'll catch you guys in the next one. See you. I don't know. I gotta stop talking. Oh yeah. Twitter, Discord. If you guys give a shit, it's down below in the description. Whatever. Anyway, button.